Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to the divinity within you. I'd like to start off our Shravana section today before our first guests arrive with 3 Omkaras and then an invocation to the Gayatri Mantra as well. You're welcome to join along. More than welcome. Tatsaviturvarenyam bhargo devasya dhimahi dhiyo yo nah prachodayat. Thank you. Welcome to everyone who is joining now. May you all be at peace. No matter what circumstances you may have faced today, know that this moment is a fresh start. Still, all your emotions here are valid and I hope to hold space for them. Namaste. Allow me to set the intention for the space too as being a welcome one. Open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, etc. I trust that we find the unity amidst our experience, rather than be caught up in the divisions that we can cast on each other's diversity. Welcome, dear Johnny G. You ask if ghosts are real. I think there is certainly something more than just a body, which we can consider as part of life, and maybe when that part of life gets disembodied, it remains in some form, but I'll leave that up to you to consider. Hello, dear Kelsey. Namaskar, Ragnahildar. Welcome, my friends. You all are very early, as our Sangha has really just begun. Welcome, dear Angel, too. Today, I am doing well. I feel well rested. Alas, I got up very late today. So it's a double-edged sword. I stay in really late and get well rest, or I get up earlier, but then I'm not very well rested. How are you doing, dear Angel? Johnny G, you ask, are people in dreams real? You share you talk to them before and they seem real. Well, the interactions we have are still equally meaningful. And the kinds of insights that we can have about ourselves are especially profound when it is just our own subconscious that we are interacting with. I am happy to explore this with you further in a later part of this live stream. Specifically our middle third dedicated to questions and answers on Manana. For now, in our introductory Shravana, I'm interested in hearing how you are feeling and doing a show and tell shortly and a reading from our book, and then I'll have all my attention directed your way. Hello, dear Angel. You got up an hour and a half earlier and had a long day, but you're great. I'm happy to hear that you're doing great. And you are also interested in the subject of dreams and the reality of the people, the beings in them, in there. Bubbles, you share, you once told dogs in your dream that they were real and they got so mad. Or that they weren't real. That makes more sense. What do you mean I'm not real? Welcome, dear Lucio. I hope that you give your tummy some nice rest. Hello, dear Gio. But I'm happy that you were fed. And welcome, dear Greg RG. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for the pumpkin that you sent. Radhe or Radhe. And Gio, thank you for your heart me and pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! Namaste, dear Yugo. And welcome, at Giza. I'm happy to hear that you dream every night, Ugo. Dreams are, I think, one of the most important parts of life. Underrated, at the very least. Bonsoir, dear Karen. Welcome to have you here too. Does that make sense? Welcome. Happy to have you here too. So I wanted to start our live off today with a show and tell. For show and tell today, I have a 3-minute song from Joe Sandport called Give Love. I think he said it's just a little silly song he made. Well, I am happy to showcase little silly songs, especially as they present the wonderful creative talents and interests of our dear Sangis here. So thank you for volunteering to share something meaningful to you, dear Joe Sand. Allow me to get it prepared. Don't want my own background music interfering with your lovely song, so let me turn it down. And allow me to open your lovely song. Actually, before I play it, let me show you, there's a little kind of audio visualizer that comes along with it. Something to look at. Here, I can even move myself down. Nice. That was almost shamanic. That's the adjective that came to mind for me. I love that. Give love. Give love. Here I was expecting a love song, but you know what I heard? Instead of a love song, I heard a song about all the places that we have to give love and the challenges that come along the way and all the obstacles we have to dodge or surmount, the darkness around us that deserves our light. Now that's a love song. Awesome. Thank you, dear Joe-san, for sharing that with us. I love that. I wonder what others were thinking of or visualizing while they heard that. Heart connection is life. You share that made your brain tingly. That's a great answer. Magdalene shares that they recently got a pair of Beats Pro studio headphones and the elements in this track are beyond wavy. Yes, wavy is a great adjective. Literally saving that to your playlist. Nice words directed your way, dear Joe-san. To the Twilight Zone, shares Hybrid Gen. Bubbles, you share, that was fantastic. Beats makes you want to run through the forest at night, doesn't it? Yes, exactly. That is the vibe, isn't it? Great choice in percussion. I like that. Ugo, you share, you love songs with offbeats. They're very powerful. Music in general is just so moving. So true, indeed. All right, thank you everyone for listening. That was our show and tell session for today. If you ever had something that you wanted to share, even if it's something small, I am more than happy to direct you to the link tree in my bio where there's a Google form, a show and tell application form to drop off videos or audio files or images, PDFs, anything that you can fit there, and I'll happily consider it. Thank you all. Now, let's get our background music back in here. Good start to our Shravana. Welcome, Armander. Thank you. Namaste, dear G2 Infinity. Welcome everyone who joined while we were exploring that. In just a moment, we'll turn to another part of our Shravana, which is to listen from another chapter of the book that we were reading. Nice observation, dear Gregor G. I was wondering if anyone would spot that. That was a recommendation by Sky Guardian G to turn the middle two lines in the W of welcome into prayer hands. I thought that was a really unique idea, and I had to give it a shot. Also, thank you, dear Bobby Sue, for the Heart Me team bracelet and cheer you up that you sent. Om Dum Durgai Namaha. And thank you too, dear John Simon Ritchie, for the Heart Me you sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Mermander, for your Heart Me as well. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Hybrid Jen, you request a tree be drawn to. I love that. Where would you like that tree, dear Hybrid Jen? You can tell me while I bring up our book. You thought the W was from Star Wars, Sarah's Mermander. That's funny. I do love Star Wars. Under the Dream Catcher, right there. Perfect. We can do the Tree of Life. Actually, trees are something I loved to draw when I was in school. If I was ever bored, I would just decorate all my homework with little trees. Thank you, Lee Kinnear. Okay, I wanted to read 2 chapters again today since they're both relatively short. The first is just 2 pages, and the second is longer than that. We'll do a little interim after the first chapter so we can process what was said. May this reading relax you. Chapter 28, Yosemite, Giving My Marriage to the Mountains. It was summer of 1997. I met Jim, someone that I would marry and then depart from, one afternoon that summer in Yosemite, an extraordinarily beautiful national park about 4 hours east of San Francisco. I hadn't seen him since our dinner together in February. We had come to Yosemite for our honeymoon 4 years earlier, a week-long backpacking trip from which we had to return after the first night because a bear had eaten all of our food and made off with our stove and gas cylinders. A bear ate our honeymoon, we told our friends, without recognizing that it might have been a sign. Our Dharma Yatra, our spiritual pilgrimage that I had been doing with my Guruji, included an extra day in the Bay Area, during which Swamiji and Kishore Vyasji would be meeting with devotees, so I drove to Yosemite, where Jim and I spent an afternoon lying on a picnic blanket beside the creek. There was little to say. He cried, and I held him. I tried to access some sadness within me, wondering again where my tears were. The only sadness I felt was in his heart. I wished I could make it better. We held hands and watched families playing in the water. As the sun began to drop behind the peaks, Jim put on his backpack. He would be trekking up into the mountains. I would drive back to Alamo, where I had to give a speech at the Hindu temple the next morning. We drove together, my car following his to the parking lot at the trailhead. After a long hug, we didn't know when we would see each other again. He turned and began to hike up the trail, a trail we had trekked together several times during our years together. I watched him until his navy blue backpack disappeared beyond a curve in the setting sun. Leaving my car in the lot, I crossed the road to the mountain's edge. The drop over the side was steep. Several 100 feet below, a river rumbled invisibly through the trees. There was a narrow dirt path on the edge of the road, alongside the rock wall that prevented cars or people from toppling over the side. I stood on the path, my hands on the wall, peering into the canyon as the last rays of sun sprinkled drops of dappled light on the leaves of the trees. "Oh God," I prayed into the mountains and valley, "please take care of him. Please wrap him in your arms and hold him. Touch him as deeply as you've touched me, or even more deeply. Oh God, please bring him joy and peace. Please take care of him." I looked up at the mountain rising above my head. Jim had disappeared into the setting sun. Then I looked again into the valley far below. Please, God, please take care of him. From the rumbling of the river, I felt a response. They weren't words, but an acceptance, an acknowledgement of my prayer. My voice had been heard, and the universe would take care of him. I felt the assurance spoken by the river and the trees. "Thank you," I said, and I exhaled deeply for the first time that day. "Thank you so much." The first tears I shed at the ending of our marriage dropped onto that rock wall. "Thank you," I repeated into the deep green canyon. I pulled my wedding ring off my finger and held it tightly in my hands. "Thank you, God." And again, please don't forget to take care of him. He is yours, as am I. I held the ring until I could feel the mountain say, okay, until the mountain air expanded the space in my chest and dissolved the borders of my skin. I held the ring until I felt the entire Yosemite Valley, every sequoia, rock and river hold me, hold us. Without opening my eyes, I threw the ring into the canyon. He is yours, I reminded God. Please remember your promise. I drove the 4 hours back to the Bay Area in silence. The sound of the river accompanying me as I drove. I arrived after 10 p.m., but the house was still abuzz with people. Pujya Swamiji had just retired to his room. Sit, sit, the woman of the house instructed. You're just in time for dinner. I went to see Swamiji before he slept. He was sitting on a low cushion on the floor of his room, reading a book in Hindi with a picture of Lord Krishna on the cover. Yes, he said when I rose from bowing. I just smiled and exhaled deeply. He understood. Good, he said, and how is Jim? I think he will be okay, I answered slowly. I couldn't explain the assurance I'd received from the mountains, but fortunately, Swamiji didn't need the explanation. I will pray for him, he whispered into the night. Leave it in God's hands now. When I entered the temple the following morning and laid my head on the carpet in front of the images of God, I found a new spaciousness within me. There was more room in me now. It seemed to be filled with grace. I hadn't realized how much space a wedding ring occupies. By the time we returned to India at the end of the summer, I had begun to step into a new layer of experience. Devotee, ecstatic servant of God, and public speaker. There weren't many opportunities to lecture English-speaking youth about the importance of Indian culture in India, though, so for a while, public speaking remained a part of my life only when we traveled abroad. And that's the end of the 28th chapter. Very short. Offering her marriage to the mountains. How symbolic. Very beautiful. Thank you for listening. We'll read the next chapter after that in just a few moments. We'll take a short interim though. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your finger heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. And dear Babblefishy, thank you for your quartet of roses. Ram Ram. Namaste, Flor. Welcome everyone who joined while we were reading. That made you cry, shares Angel. It is a touching story indeed. Dear Crossfires, you share, you don't like the idea of two people giving up on love. I don't either. But the good thing is that our dear author has not given up on love. The love will always last, but it's the ways in which we express that love or discover it that do change, and they are discovering what kind of love exists beyond. And a very inspiring story that is. I believe that there is no wrong person for you. Even if you do end up separating, that experience you had was right. It taught you so much more about yourself and your values and how much love truly is within you and where that love really needs to go. So, yeah. Never give up on love, and continue to find where your love has to go. I love that. I think I'm reading a part of a conversation that happened between Sangis, but Lily had mentioned that all your siblings are named after plants, and I like that. Your little bro's name is Sequoia. That is a beautiful name to have. G to infinity. You give thanks to the stars tonight. Such a beautiful thing to do. Thank you, dear John Simon Ritchie, for the trio of roses that you sent. Here is a rose for the past and all the lessons we have learned. Here is a rose for the present and all the blessings that we have. And here is a rose for the future, for all the lessons and blessings that will come. Dear Hybrid Jen, you share that all your middle names for your babies are names for your favorite nature scenes. Ah, you're really putting the mother into Mother Nature. Dear Karen, you ask, in sharing this book, how it touches my heart. Well, I'm reading it for the first time with all of you, as it was sent by one of you. And I trust their judgment as it speaks to something new. Because the life that one may live in Western culture, in Hollywood, for example, is not the only kind of love that is possible, the only kind of life that is possible. And our dear author teaches us about the possibilities that exist in cultures around the world, such as in the rich spiritual tapestry that has descended from the Himalayas millennia ago. For example, she tells us that as a woman, you don't have to find your worth in marrying and having children. You can dedicate yourself to something in which you become a mother for all creatures of this world. You can discover how much value is in your being not dependent on anyone else. You can say no to traditional customs, and you can find a kind of peace and acceptance in places around the whole world. Not just within your family, within your nationality, within whatever gender you've been assigned at birth. Quite the contrary. There's a whole pilgrimage to discover, not just in the places we have in the world, but the places we have in ourselves. And thank you, dear Shakira, for the heart me you sent too. Om Bram Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. Someone did send you a subscription. There have been some very generous people lately. And I believe it was Jarrett who gifted you a subscription, though yesterday there was another wave of subscriptions, and that was also equally as generous. And I am amazed at just how much value people perceive in this space, and I hope to manifest that potential for everyone. And yes, the topic of pilgrimage does connect to yesterday's question of the day, and it will connect to our next chapter too. Dear Flower, you share that you became your own best friend in this time of isolation. not so lonely now, protecting your peace. I am so happy to hear that. You are very inspiring, dear Flor. And the journey is a long one. We are in the middle of a process that takes time, and we are right where we need to be in this moment. Shall we continue? One more chapter, and then we can open up our Sangha to our Manana, which we can exemplify our curiosity through questions and answers in. May this reading inspire you. Chapter 29. You're going somewhere beautiful. January 1998. As my parents and I got into the car at Los Angeles International Airport, my mom called her voicemail to retrieve messages. There was one from the nurse at my grandmother's nursing home. "Sue, please call me right away," the message said. "It's about your mother." I had met my parents in London to spend a few days together over the Christmas holidays. We hadn't seen each other since the Dharma Yatra, the spiritual pilgrimage tour, had left LA in July. It was now 10 months since I'd taken a 1-year leave of absence from Stanford, and nearly 5 months since I'd be back in India after the Dharma Yatra. I hadn't wanted to come back to America yet. I had planned just to see my parents in London, but I had to deal with my university status and tend to my belongings in storage. I knew when I first took the leave of absence that it was a ruse to ease into the truth that I was moving to India. Keeping up the myth of moving back to California felt like a comedy routine in which a man is sitting with one foot on a dock and the other on a boat, and the boat starts drifting to sea. Inattentively straddling the dock and the drifting boat, he ends up in the water. I couldn't keep one foot in California and the other in India without eventually falling into the ocean of my own consciousness. I had to take my foot off the dock and put it into the sailing boat. So I planned to drive to the Bay Area to empty out my storage unit. It made no sense to keep paying monthly rent to store items I wasn't coming back to. My mom picked up her car phone. At the time, she had one of those phones that attached to the console between the front seats. I wonder if any of you remember those. I was much too young. And called the nursing home. "We're coming now," she said, and hung up. Grandma was in a coma, and they said she likely wouldn't live for a few more days, or for more than a few days. We drove together down to Laguna Hills in what was, by our internal clocks, still on British time, the middle of the night. My mom had been diagnosed with virulent breast cancer a few months earlier and had undergone aggressive chemo and radiation that autumn. Now her mom was dying. My grandmother had been dying for several years, it seemed. She had had colon cancer, then 2 or 3 heart attacks, each leaving her weaker and weaker. Despite her failing body, however, her mind had remained sharp, and she had refused to loosen her clenched grip of control. The story is still told today of how she corrected the nurses on one wrong digit of her social security number while being wheeled into surgery. Now she lay in bed, all but her face covered with a white sheet, her thin grey hair pulled away from her face, her eyes closed and her head drooping loosely onto the right side. The nurses gave us the details of her lapse into incoherency. We stood silent, each of us reaching out to touch a part of her through the sheet. "You should get home," I told my parents after we stood for a while at my grandmother's bedside. "I'll stay with Grandma." "There's no need," the nurse said. "There is nothing she needs, nothing to be done. She probably won't wake from the coma." We stood over my grandma's bed, her already tiny frame appearing to disappear beneath the sheet. She seemed to be in a deep sleep. "I want to stay," I told the nurse. "Can I?" After unsuccessful attempts to convince me that I didn't really want to stay, they made arrangements for me to sleep in a room across the hallway. After my parents left, I closed the door to my grandma's room and crawled into the bed with her. The hospital bed was large and her frame was tiny. I got in on the far side of her bed, away from the door, so it might not be so obvious should someone look through the window of her room. My grandmother was on her back, and her head dropped away from me. I reached out and stroked her face, pulling soft gray hairs off her forehead and smoothing them back with my palm. "It's okay, Grandma. Don't be afraid. Where you're going is beautiful. You will not disappear into nothingness. I promise. You're just going to be without the pain of this body. You will still be here. Nothing is happening to you. It's just happening to this old and sick body. Please don't worry. I promise where you're going is really, really beautiful." I spoke from a place in me I didn't know existed. Since when was I so sure? How did I know? The I with which I identified didn't know. Yet there was an absolute knowing, and the knowing spoke. The knowing resided within me, although it didn't feel like me. Slowly over the years, this knowing would begin, gently and almost imperceptibly, to take over my identity, like an unevictable tenant slowly occupies one apartment, and then, day by day, all other units as well. I kissed her face. Her skin felt like delicate sheets of lace beneath my lips. My grandmother had been mostly touch-averse. She loved deeply and fully, but did not express her love through physical contact. I am not sure if she had lived behind this wall of protection while still married to my grandfather, or whether she had constructed the wall after he had left her for a woman my mother's age. Either way, she was not a cuddler. I was always a hugger, though. As I was growing up, I would come into our living room, where Grandma was knitting one of her intricate Argyle sweaters or Afghans, the patterns of which she solved mathematically in equations beyond the capacity of my school teachers. I'd leap onto her lap from behind or from the side, throwing my arms around her neck and planting kiss after kiss on her face. "Enough, enough," she'd say as she pushed me away lovingly. "Enough, enough." But that night, she just lay there and let me kiss her. I chanted Sanskrit mantras for her, the few that I knew, the ones we sang in morning prayers and the evening arati, over and over. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramayah Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kashchid Dukha Bhag Bhavet. That means, may all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all experience that which is auspicious, and may no one suffer. Om Dharyamlakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiyamamritat. That means, O Lord, who sees not only with the two physical eyes, but he who sees with the third divine eye. O Lord, who sustains and nourishes the world, O Lord, please release me from the bondage of disease and death, and grant me divine immortality. Let me become one with you, so that I am free from the disease and death of this world. Forgive my improvisation on the melody and rhythm of those. I rested on my side next to her, my right hand on her head, my left hand on her leg, as I mixed mantras with wet kisses. Suddenly, my grandma turned her head toward me with her lips puckered up. None of the rest of her body moved, and her eyes did not open. Her puckered lips led the way and carried the rest of her head a full 180 degrees to her left side, where I lay. After more than an hour of stroking, kissing, and singing to a body whose life force was departing, I was face to face with a pair of plump, eager, puckered lips. I gave her a big kiss, moistening her dry lips with my tears, and a few moments later, her head returned whence it had come, again hanging limply on her right side. She never moved again before passing away the next afternoon. She waited for you to come home, my mom told me as we drove together back to Los Angeles. She waited to say goodbye. I believe that, but not for sentimental reasons. I do not think my grandmother waited for a hug or a kiss. I do not believe she waited to hear my voice or to see me one last time without opening her eyes. I do not believe she waited to say goodbye. Rather, I believe she waited because she needed to hear what only I could tell her, that it was okay to let go. American Jewish culture, and particularly the American Jewish upper class and upper middle class culture, and even more particularly, the culture of my family, has perfected the art of control. We are micromanagement experts. There is a right way and a wrong way to load the dishwasher. At 6:45 p.m., it is already late for a 7 p.m. engagement. The ringing phone in the middle of the night is the police calling to tell you that your child is dead. The sky is falling. Some of this anxiety stems from a very real and deeply serious history of persecution. The sky did fall on the Jews. However, the science of anxiety perfected by many American Jews is one that tragically kills us psychologically long before the things we fear kill us physically. I'm not sure about the horse-cart sequencing of American Jewish anxiety and whether it is caused by or simply coexists with a history of persecution. It is, however, very common. As there is usually no tangible, specific threat in our daily lives, the anxiety in my family and many other people I know gets projected onto the nearly absurd. The grocery store is out of what we want, we're late for an appointment, the person we're supposed to meet is late, there's unexpected traffic on the freeway, the neighbor's dog is barking and keeping us awake. We grasp desperately for a semblance of control over our immediate world and everything that gets eaten, drunk, purchased, worn, or said within it. It is a sincere, albeit misplaced, attempt to not feel our own deep fear 24/7. My grandmother was a master at the fervent attempt to control the uncontrollable, to know the unknowable by holding tenaciously to each thread in the tapestry of her own life. She was brilliant, and at the time when only 3% of women completed college and barely 20% entered the workforce, she got 2 master's degrees and started her own business. We used to joke that we'd be billionaires if only Grandma would be a contestant on Jeopardy! She knew every single answer to every question, and the ignorance of the contestants drove her crazy. "Oy vey," I would hear her say from the living room as I did my homework upstairs. "They are idiots! Doesn't anyone know anything anymore?" In the nearly 90 years of her life, she taught herself to succeed, thrive, and then survive when Grandpa left her. She was a warrior, a woman I never saw cry even once, but she didn't know how to let go. How could she let go of things she had spent almost 90 years holding together? How could she relinquish control after holding tightly for so many decades? How could she loosen the vice grip and How could she loosen the vice grip and breathe into the universe? This is, of course, an affliction that not only burdened my grandmother, that not only burdens Jews in America, but burdens most Americans as well. We cling tightly to things we believe we can control in order to minimize our anxiety over the things we know we can't control. Unfortunately, this technique doesn't work. Controlling my weight, or my spouse's driving, or how the dishwasher is loaded does not resolve our fear of loss and change. Amassing great wealth or fame or beauty or trophy partners cannot overcome the fear of ego self-dissolving. Non-solutions though they may be, we all pursue them. We build security towers in our castle of the self, while the whole thing sits on a shifting sand, to be called back into the ocean with the next incoming tide. So, all my grandmother needed to hear was something I had to go to India to learn. It's okay to let go. Where we are going is beautiful. Nothing will happen to the true self. It is only the old, ill, or broken body that is changing. She needed me to sing her clenched fist open, to kiss her as she let go of her death grip on the threads of life. I closed my eyes as my mom drove up the 405 back to LA and gave thanks for the knowing that had come to reside in the complex of myself and that spoke through me to my grandmother. She had insisted that there will be no funeral. She didn't want to be buried. She didn't want people to come and cry over her grave or feel guilty for not coming. She wanted to be cremated. Spiritual injunctions, augmented by visceral memories of the Holocaust, have made cremation anathema in Jewish culture. This is that word that I think I still have yet to really learn, especially how to pronounce anathema. But my grandmother wanted to be cremated. When we got her ashes back from the crematorium, I prepared them in a box to carry with me back to India to offer to the waters of the Ganga River. In a special ceremony, my grandmother would, finally, with assistance from the goddess Ganga, be free. After the cremation, I went to the Bay Area and emptied my storage unit. I sold almost everything I owned, gave away most of the rest, and drove back to LA with the remaining possessions in the back seat of my Honda, with plenty of room for me to see out of the rear view mirror. I sang at the top of my lungs along with Cat Jims 1 minute and along with Hindu devotional singers the next. I returned to Los Angeles for the 2 final days of sitting Śiva, a week-long period of mourning in the Jewish tradition. not actually connected to Lord Shiva in Hinduism. When her Yahrzeit candle, I'm not sure how to pronounce this Hebrew word, Yahrzeit, when her Yahrzeit candle finished burning in our living room, I returned home to India, carrying her ashes. Pujya Swamiji and I decided that the best date to immerse Grandma's ashes in Ganga would be Mahashivratri, the day dedicated to the worship of Lord Shiva. In Hindu tradition, Shiva is the destroyer, but not a destroyer in the negative sense of razing all that is good. Rather, Shiva destroys, dissolves, and dissipates to make room for the new creation of Lord Brahma, the creator. On Mahashivratri, devotees stay awake all night with prayers that Shiva should remove them from all that is keeping them from enlightenment, all that is blocking and thwarting their path. It is, next to Krishna Janmashtami, the birthday of Lord Krishna, and Diwali, probably the holiest day on the Hindu calendar. In February, the river Ganga runs low, mountain glaciers are frozen, and the weather is dry. Without rain or melting glaciers, the flow is calm and relatively shallow compared to the fullness of her movement in summer, when she overflows her banks. Typically in winter months, the river front was flanked by 50 to 100 feet of rocks. One had to walk far out onto the rocks just to touch her. However, in 1998, unseasonal rain began the day before Shivaratri and didn't let up until that late afternoon, by which time Ganga had risen, submerging the rocks and touching the foot of our marble platform. "She came for your grandmother," Swamiji said with a smile. I walked down the steps to the river bank, holding most of my grandma's ashes in a bronze kalash, or pot. The rest sat in the original box from the crematorium in my closet at my parents' house, adorned with my own necklaces as substitutes for flower garlands. We decided to keep some of her ashes in case any of the other family members later felt that they wanted them. In the 20+ years since, no one has. Still today, Grandma's remaining ashes occupy a special place in my closet, my faux amethyst necklace draped adoringly over the brown box. I walked alone, holding Grandma with both hands, careful not to trip, lest she fall out of the pot. A group of yellow-clad priests joined me and chanted the appropriate Sanskrit mantras. The ceremony had to be official, I felt, and it wouldn't be without the proper chanting of Sanskrit mantras. In the last year, Grandma had asked me endlessly, "Why India? Why not Israel? You can find a good rabbi in Israel." Thus the irony of sending her off into eternity in a Vedic ceremony wasn't lost on me, but it felt important. It was the only way I knew to properly honor her life after death. "I love you, Grandma," I whispered as I knelt and poured her ashes into the flowing river. "Ganga has come to take you. It will all be so beautiful for you. I promise." I rose from the banks of the river, and following the compulsory shower and hair wash after coming into contact with ashes, served dinner for the saints and priests in the dining hall. Walking up and down the long rows, I respectfully put a red tilak, the Hindus' ornamental red spot on their foreheads between the eyebrows, and handed each 50 rupees. According to Hindu tradition, feeding religious people is considered not just a generous act, but also an auspicious one, particularly in memory of a loved one. I smiled to myself and shared a private laugh with my grandma as I bent down low and handed round sweet balls of flour sugar and ghee called laddus to the saints. I bet you never imagined this. A send-off with lots of food. My grandma had been on strict diets as long as I had known her. Rice cakes, chicken broth, Beeler's broth, which is a nauseating, nearly calorie-less soup made from blended string beans and zucchini, and other inedibles constituted her food intake for the last decades of her life, as she tried fervently but unsuccessfully to rid herself of a few unwanted pounds. All the saints and priests, draped in orange, white, and yellow robes, offered a prayer from my grandmother as I bent to serve them. Later that night, when I left my office to go back to my room, I went back to Ganga to say thank you. In the short hours, few, since the ceremony, she had receded into the middle of the riverbed, exposing 100 feet of rocks between the water and our hut. Thank you for listening. We will pause our reading there for now. That concludes the 29th chapter. You're going somewhere beautiful. Clearly, our grandmother meant a lot to our author. And I think it's so beautiful that she dedicated a whole chapter to honoring the departed and recognizing the value of affirming those who are departing. That knowingness has crept into her life, as it does, I hope, creep into all of yours too as we read. I just love how at that ceremony in the end, one way of honoring her was to serve others. And I think that's something we can make room for in the ceremonies that we have to go through in our culture too. We can imagine giving lots of love to those whom are leaving this world for the next. But we can also give lots of love to others as they would have wanted or as they would have been empowered to do so with purpose. So, I trust that we all find these passages relatable, dear Maggie, as I sure do. Thank you for listening again, and namaste. Now we can transition from our Shravana, our hearing, to our Manana. Now thank you to dear Piavelli, who sent a heart me and pair of team bracelets as we read. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. And Strawberry Star Bunny, thank you for your rosa. Om Namo Gangai. I'm happy you found value in that chapter, dear Luna Tuna. You miss your grandmother and mother. May you find healing words in the ones we shared. And may you also send prayers with myself right now to affirm to any shred of anxiety, even now years later, to those who have left us. Any connection we have with our soul and theirs, still presently, let us use that channel to affirm from our heart that it's okay. They are allowed to experience new things, and they are allowed to let go of the old and we shall carry them in our hearts for as long as we can. So my intention is all yours, and now in our manana we can explore reflections on our Shravana, or dive into questions and answers on anything that our heart desires. And welcome to those who joined while we read. And I send my good night wishes to dear Angel, who couldn't stay for the whole reading, but nonetheless, I wish her a beautiful sleep. Welcome, Georgia. Welcome, everyone. Gregor G, you ask, are Tathastu and Sadhu basically the same? They are used in very similar ways. Yes. One contextual difference is that oftentimes it is the student that says Sadhu to the teacher, and the teacher that says Tathastu to the student. Like if we are attentively looking up to someone and they share something just amazing with us, we can say Sadhu, which means well said. And if we are explaining something to someone, if we are expressing something and they get it, you know, it's like it just clicks for them, makes us so happy that what we share has been received, we can say, Tathastu, that is right, it is so, sort of thing. But practically, yes, they kind of mean the same thing. I'll give you some examples of in scripture where they are used. When in Buddhist scripture, for example, whenever the Buddha finished teaching, usually his students would say Sadhu, Sadhu, Sadhu. And in Hindu scripture, whenever Bhagwan, whenever some form of the divine would ask a question, and the devotees would answer correctly, then Bhagavan would reply, Tathastu, it is so. I heard from this one yogi who's still alive today, Yogi Raj Sadgurunath Siddhanath. He said that he had a spiritual experience where he met the divine Babaji in the Himalayas, and he had asked this glowing mass of light, "Who art thou?" And Babaji had said to him, "Whatever I am to thee, that I am." And Yogi Raj said, he recalled from the recesses of his past lives, Śiva Goruksha Babaji. And at that moment, it was a clear sky, but Babaji said Tathastu, and the lightning struck. That story's on YouTube if anyone wants to hear it. It's on Meeting the Divine Babaji. One of my favorite stories. Hello, dear Lucas. My weekend is going well. Generally, my days are pretty much the same, whether they happen during the week or on the weekend, so I am the same. Going well. Generally, my days are pretty much the same, whether they happen during the week or on the weekend, so I am the same. Now my connection disconnected. So if it has returned, do let me know. It is back. Good. Yes. Alright. Yes, I was wondering how you are, dear Lucas, too. I don't know if that came through, but I would like to know. I have a question of the day for all of you. Today I wonder, what draws so many spiritual seekers to mountains and mountain iconography? Both physically, in the sense of looking up at a mountain and going, wow, I need to be at the top of that. But also in our terminology. So many metaphors come from mountains. This I'd like to explore with you. It's a good question. I'm happy to hear that, Georgia. Hello, dear Dansuela. You share that my dinner looked delicious, by the way. Thank you. I am learning how to cook. It is quite the process. Gregor G, if you get on top of a mountain, you get closer to heaven. That's true. In many ways, in many more ways than one. You go on top of Mount Everest. Oh, you'll actually reach heaven if you don't go back down. Donsuela, you shared that mountains give us protection, but they also give us challenge, just like a mother or father. You are very right with that. Dear Lily, you share for you, it's the energy that surrounds you. Nature is so rejuvenating and grounding. Yes, be grounded like a mountain. Shakira, you point out that you think people just want to go up and touch the sky. Yes, absolutely. And what symbolism is in that? I ask of thee. Maggie, you share fire and air. Elemental symbols are upright triangles. That's right, representing elements that seek higher and higher things. And we have to look up to see the great fireball in the sky we call the sun. And the air. Luna Tuna, you share it's a journey well earned, and the view from the top is amazing. I like that. There are no wrong answers, but that one was one I especially wanted to hear. And Shakira, you share it's very hard to climb, and when you accomplish it, it's very satisfying. Absolutely. Georgia, you share that you think we're so vulnerable in sharing the same space. This is very true, and Earth's elements certainly make us vulnerable when we are in them. Rhiannon, you share that they are a symbol for a challenge. Getting to the top makes us feel we can do anything. That's right. Lunatuna, you point out the air is thin. We learn the power of our breath. Absolutely. If any of you think that you are independent from this universe, from Mother Nature, that you can survive just by yourself, all right then, hold your breath. See how long you can live without air. If you are truly independent, you don't need air. It comes from outside, doesn't it? Or it must be a part of you, isn't it? And by extension, the rest of Mother Nature. And Rhiannon, you love the perspective of seeing so much of you. Yes, quite the perspective that is. Broadening, heightening. Dear Gregor G, you share if we like to appreciate the creation of the divine, we get to see more of it the higher up we go. That is right in line with Rhiannon's last one. You all have such complementary perspectives. Thank you. These are wonderful answers, everyone. I'm grateful to be able to echo them. We are indeed nature. Thank you, the Count. Dear Magdalene, you love being humbled by them. Yes. Mountains are great humblers. I don't think that's a word, but it should be one. A humbler. Something or someone that makes us humble. Mountains do that. Thank you, dear Lisa. Much love. Dear Karen, you shared, do we really need to do that, as we already have everything in us? Well said. It's true. That mountain is already within us and all the heights we have to reach. Yet there's something symbolic about expressing that which is within us. Taking that source already there and manifesting it through change in the world. Gregor G, you share linguistically, if a mountain is the humbler, then we are the humblies. Like employer, employee. Humbler and humbly. The Count, you share, our mind is the terrain. We simply must climb. How poetic. And Lily, you share, if you don't be careful on a mountain that is a humbler, you might go for a tumbler. Shakira, you share, life's a climb, but the view is great. That should be stitched onto a pillow. That'd be a great quote to put on one of those pillows. So you point out their majestic being. It feels good inside to look at them. Absolutely. And Maggie, you share, the sun looks like magic when you're that high up. I think everything begins to look mystical to the one who has been mystified. And Rhiannon, you share that sometimes humans love to do things in the physical that represent the inner journey. Tathastu or Sadhu. Mountains breathe. Did I know? Asks Rhiannon. Well, I'd love to know in the way that you mean, but I can think of ways that they do too. So I see the truth in that. Everything does. Dear G to Infinity, you share, having climbed a few of the mountains of BC, the draw is feeling the crisp, clean, soft air. Oh, that is true. Sometimes you don't even recognize what it really means to breathe unless you finally put yourself out of your cityscape. You take a deep breath in. Wow, oxygen. So that's what it feels like. I heard that if you even just open a window, your IQ raises like 5 points. Just because of the carbon dioxide density. Dear Luna Tuna, you shared that you climbed a mountain once and you couldn't believe how many stars you could see. Yeah. Well put. Dear Anna, you shared that you saw someone praying on the mountain the other day. And what a wonderful spot to pray. And Georgia, you point out that it's also possible that the size of the mountain makes you realize how small we are in comparison. Certainly. Biavelli, you share that looking at the state of the world is a representation of how much God knows about itself. Powerfully spoken. Well said. Dear Holding Rivers, you ask if I've ever read the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. I have heard of such a tantric text, a conversation between Śiva and Parvati, enumerating 112 ways to reach moksha, enlightenment. I don't know all 112 ways by heart, but I know a couple, and I would love to explore them with you. And dear Georgia, you point out how our prayers can manifest, that we are possible to move mountains. Very poetic. Thank you. Thank you everyone for exploring our question today. Well, proper Sanskrit pronunciation is one of the 6 Vedangas. I take good care in the reverence for the holy language itself. Good night, dear Sue. May you and your cats have bountiful dreams. Dear Rhiannon, you share that you did a sweat lodge at the foot of a French mountain, climbed halfway, slept the night on it. Well done. That sounds like quite a transforming experience for you. Pushing the body far to release the mind. Yes. Good night, dear Karen. Merci. Namaste. Oh, one with a sparkly username. Azarez. Dear Gregor G, you share sometimes you hesitate saying some of these Sanskrit words. You are thrilled to have the chance to phonetically mimic me. Well, I'm still learning myself, but it's so satisfying to say Sanskrit words. I was reading an Upanishad the other day about the power of Rudraksha beads, and one of my favorite parts of that Upanishad was saying how that not only is it so wonderful to wear Rudraksha beads, it's so wonderful even to say the word Rudraksha, that you become immediately blessed by peace just upon saying that word, Rudraksha. In fact, even listening to this Upanishad being spoken is enough to gain the merits of wearing the Rudraksha. And I thought, I just love that. I just love the ability to empower even the smallest things beyond measure. Never hesitate on saying Sanskrit words. How can we possibly improve in our pronunciation if we don't try, at the very least? Amen, dear Georgia. And good night, dear Shakira. By the way, during our manana, if there's ever a question that cannot fit within the confines of a TikTok comment, one that you would really love to address with your own connotation, you are welcome to request to be a guest for a moment to relay anything. You just might have to remind me to keep an eye on the guest request tab. Gregor G, you ask, is that Upanishad long? No, it's really short. I read it on the toilet. The whole thing. If you ever feel like your toilet times are not productive, just know you can read an entire Upanishad. For those that don't know but would like to, an Upanishad is an extension of the Vedas, the holy texts of Hinduism. They are humanity's oldest known tradition of spiritual revelation. And it's said that their spiritual depth is so complex that it will take millennia to unfurl its meaning. And so over millennia, we have had various layers of the Vedas unfold itself, from the so-called Karma Kanda to the Jnāna Kanda, from that to the Brahma Sutras, from that to the Upanishads. And so the Upanishads are a layer of the revelations of the Vedas being unfolded. It's very interesting. It'd be like if the Bible had another book that was entirely dedicated to unboxing the symbolism of the Bible, and you'd call that the Jnāna Kanda, and then a whole other book dedicated to unboxing the wisdom in that, and then that would be the Brahma Sutras, and then a whole other book dedicated to unboxing the meaning in that, and that would be the Upanishads. And there's even more layers, and I think that's really cool. That one of the unique traits of Eastern scriptural traditions is to just add layers of commentary to fully unbox all the meaning, which is really cool. So you really get to the root of its meaning. So the original isn't, I guess, lost in translation, because the original is, thousands of years old. Who knows if we are able to understand it at the same level as they did in the original language. I think the Jewish tradition of its Torah does something similar, where it has the Pentateuch with the five Bibles, the five books of the Hebrew Bible, and then there's all the rabbinical commentaries that add onto that, which I forget the name of. All the rabbinical commentaries. Maybe one of you smart people can tell me. Alright. Dear Azares, you ask, what do I think is the most sophisticated sacred text in my opinion? Well, I must choose my words very carefully now, because I don't want anyone feel like their favorite text is not as sophisticated as another. I think there is a great deal of sophistication in all spiritual texts, just expressed in different ways. I really love the Puranas of Hinduism for not being sophisticated too, for example, because it's just stories, and some of the stories are just for fun, but it's the lack of sophistication sometimes that makes it accessible. Like, I can tell you about so many things I've learned from SpongeBob, and you'd think with such a wealth of knowledge coming from anywhere in particular, that place must be sophisticated, but SpongeBob is the opposite of a sophisticated source, isn't it? But yet the stories that we experience that are fun and light and not so serious, they can carve out an almost deeper layer of our heart and get sublime truths to sink in deeper. But if sophistication is your forte, then the Brahma Sutras are some of the most advanced texts that you can have. It takes many years just to unravel some of the words in a single verse. Such is why most people don't even bother with the with the Brahma Sutras, and myself included. But if you really want to put your mind through some torture, then you're welcome to check out them. It's like reading riddle after riddle after riddle, you know? You really have to go slow, one riddle at a time, meditating deeply on it for hours until it begins to have some kind of revelation. But I think for most circumstances, just a nice story is good for delivering some spiritual message. It's a space-time trade-off. Some of the highest truths can be condensed into a single verse, but then it takes so much time to be able to unpack them. Or you could fit so many words into a giant story, but then the meaning almost becomes instant as you go through it. Thank you, Pammy, for the horror candles. A quintet of them. Ram, Ram. What's the story of the king who has to throw babies in the river? Asks Invention Store. Something about karma. I'm not sure. Though there have been many stories of babies being left to the river, like the story of Moses. And the story of Romulus and Remus. Does appear to be some kind of trope. Is it the Kabbalah or the Sefer Yetzirah? Shares Gregor G. Maybe, it may be. I'm unfamiliar with those words. Well, Kabbalah I recognize, but Sefer Yetzirah. There's a word that I think I would recognize if I saw it, but I forget at the moment. But anyway, thank you, dear Gregor G. I am sure you are right in your own way. Welcome, Zephyr. Hello, dear blue butterfly. You are on the path of solitude. Nice to spend time together. Solitude and community are both paradoxically and yet simultaneously wonderful parts of the spiritual journey. Dear Lindsay, you asked for the spelling of something. Which was it that you would like the spelling of? I suppose that requires you to attempt to spell it. Or not. Anyway, if you could express the context in which the question was from. Keep an eye out for shooting stars, shares G2 Infinity. Make many wishes. I like that. I see one already. I see a bright star shining in the night as she moves gracefully through our space, and their name is G2 Infinity, so we can make a wish on her. Hee, you're curious if my name is really Yam. That's right, it's actually Yamuel. Yamuel, son the third of Yampton. I'll tell you a short story. I've told this story before. When I was a young boy, I had many cavities because my parents would spoil me. I would have to go to the dentist quite often due to pains in my teeth. And in the waiting room of the dentist, the receptionist put a name sticker on me. And it looked something like this. I know my photorealism is coming through here, but don't compare yourself. Oh, I'm trying to get the color green here. There. I'm trying to draw a frog with big eyes. And some hands. Oh, this does not look like a frog. One bit. But my name badge, it looked like this. I had a frog, little sticker of a frog, and the letters YAM. Now, the letters YAM were certainly of my name, but the frog sticker was actually covering the first letter, which was L. And so when the dentist came into the waiting room looking for Liam, he couldn't find it. But finally he figured out what happened, and he saw my name tag, and he said, Yam! And it was that moment I knew that this was the name the universe had given me. And at that point on, I had to stop taking L's. I would be then known as Yam. The reason my parents chose to spell Liam with a Y instead of an I is because Liam is short for William, which is a name that appears on my father's side. But on my mother's side, there's lots of names with L's and Y's, often where they shouldn't be. So as a way to honor both my mother and my father, they decided on Liam with a Y. But no further L's, Your Honor. That's right, Maggie. Mm-hmm. And later on, when I was learning the mantras for each chakra, it was very weird to discover that my nickname was the mantra for the heart. And I had struggled with a lot of anxiety in my heart ever since I was very young. Almost as far back as I can remember, I was scared that my heart was going to stop one day. That fact was something I became aware of very early on, and since then, my heartbeat became associated with death. And it wasn't until I met this Swamiji named Swami Sarvadevananda, the guru of Nish the Fish, a content creator on TikTok too, where he told me to meditate on the heart as a means of alleviating my anxiety. So, picture me saying my own name, meditating on the very thing that I had been afraid of, as a means of coming into peace. Now I love my heartbeat, and it's a reminder that I'm alive, and I continue to understand how many mysteries are carried within the beat of our very own heart. Dear Lily, you share that you love uniquely spelled names. How sweet of you. Me too. We are called the anxious generation, shares he. Is that so? Because that's a hilarious name. We are a brave generation because we have to face some of the greatest fears. May we be known for what is made possible through us rather than our limitations. We are the generation that has been born into a world that already has technology at our fingertips. Thus, we have been called to use this technology for great. This is our dharma, our righteous duty. We are the generation that will use our digital ecosphere to build bridges and to bring help to places of the world that couldn't have received it without us having to be there. Let us make our world a kinder, smaller, more wholesome place. And let us alleviate the anxieties of other generations. Okay, everyone, let's hold hands. Blue butterfly, you ask, do my mother and father share my faith? I believe that everyone's faith is unique, and we can only share as much of it as we understand. And I'm very grateful to have such an opportunity to understand so much of my mother, my father, and vice versa. We are all on unique paths, and yet some of them are parallel. My faith is very different from my mother's, and that's very different from my father's. It's very different from yours. All of our faiths are so unique to us. But yet, what of that diversity we do get to share, that's an honor. And I'm so grateful that to my parents, they have allowed me to explore such a unique perspective of my own. Dear Dansuela, you share that the younger generations give you so much hope. You all are very emotionally intelligent. I love the intergenerational love that is possible between us. It can be one of those things which divide us, that we see the younger generations as naive and unexperienced, and then we see the older generations as stubborn and prejudiced. But you know, we all have an important role to play, and just because I was born at a different cycle of our earth revolving around our sun as another shouldn't be a reason for me to look down on you. I look up both to those who are younger than me and those who are older than me. May we look up to everyone. May there be something within each heart that can expand our worldview. New or old, modern or ancient, traditional or not. Thank you, dear Andrea, for your finger heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. We've all learned different perspectives to contribute to the world together. Thank you for that, Dansuela. So true. Dear Georgia, you ask, do I hang out with like-minded people? I hope not. I hope to be around people that think in ways that I never would imagine. I wish to surround myself with perspectives that complement my own. Aside from my life on the internet, my personal life is very small. I really only have a few friends that I keep up with regularly. And if I am doing something, it's usually with my family, with my grandparents, with my sister, with my father, my mother, or my kitties. Right now I feel as though the desire for connection is already fulfilled by people like you here. And even though we are separated in our cultures and our nationalities, I still feel like the journeys that we explore in the space that we have together here, for example, is enough. I've always been one who felt like my best friend was the universe. And even if I'm alone, even if I grew up without many close childhood friends, I never felt alone. I never felt lonely, because everything is alive. The sun is alive. The trees are alive. My house is alive. My hands are alive. My toys are alive. The stories are alive. You know? I feel like everyone in my life is just an expression of the same thing, and that's the universe that we are. And I get in trouble for that, because I'll forget to text a friend for years, because I never feel like I was missing them, as they were already with me. Even if we never hung out or saw each other's face, I felt like the soul that they are is with me now. You can relate with that, dear Esme. You've never felt lonely in solitude. You're never really alone. Well said. Dear Piavelli, you ask, do I believe or know that you can do anything? Well, with wonderful beings like you that are here to remind me in the world, I hope to never forget. Dear Azares, you ask, do I ever write poetry? It's been a long time. When I was in high school, I would write a lot of poems. And then I'd write short stories and many attempts at novels. But I haven't done that in a while. And to be honest, I forgot that I could do that. Speaking of never forgetting, you know, I forget that that's a possibility. Thank you for reminding me. You shared that in 2nd grade you were so shy that your teacher told your mom at the end of the year, she finally said hi to me. Oh, that's so sweet. My mother had a very similar story. She would always want me to have just one friend. So my goal for grade 1 was not to get good grades. It wasn't even to be on the best behavior, because I was very mischievous at that age. And I still am. My goal was just to have one friend. She said, if you can make one friend this year, Liam, I will be happy for you. And grade 2, all she wanted was for me to have 2 friends. And in grade 3, she wanted me to have many friends. Dear Shelster, you ask, why do I ring the bells? Why do we use any instrument if not to hear the music that they generate, as they express a part of ourself that cannot be put into words? No, I haven't done that, dear Greg RG. That was the book called, the book where I figure everything out. I must have figured everything out already. Just kidding. It's funny how it takes so much effort to commit to something so simple sometimes. That you know that this is something that you want to do, but it comes in waves. Where for a few days, a few weeks, a few months, you dedicate to something. And then you just kind of stop doing it. And then you pick it up again. I'm very much like that, and have been for a while. But I would like to go beyond that. Dear Hee, you share that you love to write poems. You tried to tell people, but you felt they were never appreciated, so you stopped. Oh. Can I be very hard on you for a second? Can I be direct? If not, I will choose soft words. But I will get your consent. No, you're fragile? Okay. I won't use hard words then. You deserve to write poems. It's not that other people deserve to hear your poems. May you be empowered to write, because it is a gift to be able to express yourself. And if others are unable to receive the beauty of your words, that says more about them than it does you. And take care, dear Wonder Why. Thank you for your hug. Dear Stormy Ariel, you share, I've probably been asked this plenty, but how do you come to forgive yourself on a deep level? You are always welcome to ask questions, even if they've been asked 100 times before. Even if you've asked it before, I'm happy to take another approach at it. Forgiveness is a journey, and if you wish to swim to the bottom of a deep pool, you can't expect to get there in one dive. It takes many dives, one after the other, taking lots of breaths in between to slowly go deeper and deeper until one day you'll be able to touch the bottom. So too, to forgive ourselves on a deep level means to go deeper and deeper into the waters of our own pain, which may appear to drown us. And the moment we can't go any deeper is the moment that we go back up to the surface to take a breath. But slowly we find that we have never wished to cause harm on another, including ourselves, that we have always wished to bring more love and peace into this world. Somehow or another, we've attached ourselves to the idea that there is an evil part of us that deserves to be destroyed or eliminated or whatnot. But actually, there is just a misunderstood part of ourself. And through that misunderstanding, our intentions for love and peace and kindness become distorted. And ultimately, we end up hurting ourselves or others. If you can recognize that pure intention beneath all that pain, you can begin to forgive yourself. And if you can go deeper still and understand just how bountiful our mistakes are at teaching us how to be even more kind, more loving, more peaceful, then our history, no matter how dark or painful, is actually a blessing, because it gives us so many reference points to make changes today to shape a better tomorrow. Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear Anrola, for the heart me you sent to. Ram Ram. No person is bad, but we use the language to reflect what we see. When we see someone engaging in a way that causes harm, we might call them a bad person. But that label by itself does not take into full consideration the nuances of the full story at play. See, people may do bad things because they've experienced so many bad things happen to them. It never justifies it, of course, but it begins to make us understand that that could be us. We could equally be in that position where, due to our pain, we don't know how to process it healthily, and what comes without is just a reflection of the pain that we have gone through ourselves. And the possibility to heal is always there too, no matter how negative someone may seem. It requires their consent and openness to look within. And some people are stubborn, and it takes a long time for them to get there. But we can't give up on them just because they've given up on themselves. We can still offer this world opportunities for redemption, for humility and accountability, to heal all our traumas and begin to make amends. Whether they take up that offer or not is always up to them. Thank you, dear Andrea, for your tiny Yippee! There's a beautiful point that I'd like you to see. That when we use limiting terminology, and what I mean by that is when we use labels that ultimately point out a limitation, like we say that person is rude or evil or stupid or unkind, impatient, intolerant, that they have a cold heart, etc. That the only reason our mind jumps to those terms is because there could be something else. And all of these words are really references to what could be instead, just in disguise. Like, very directly, when we say someone is unkind, impatient, or intolerant, what we're pointing out is that they could be more kind, more patient, more tolerant, that our words are masking a possibility that exists for them. With this realization, then I hope you are empowered to use words that directly point out the possibility. Because when we see this world as one that has possibilities rather than limitations, then our attention shifts from a reality that isn't to one that could be. And that reality that could be exists now in latent form. It just requires a little effort to manifest. And thank you, dear stormy area, for your flowers. Radhe, Radhe. Unfortunately, there has been this connotation in religion that we are born evil and that we are inherently sinners. And this ideology has been used to repress us and justify a lot of the punishment that we inflict on others for things that we're still processing ourselves. I would like to be clear that this is an archaic way of thinking that needs to go in modern times. And I would like this space to be one of those places that looks for other interpretations of our religions across the world. I don't believe anyone is a sinner, and I believe that the power of the divine is already within you. We just have yet to realize it. That divinity is omnipresent, and so if we understand that, we should act like it. This means knowing that no one is inherently separate from divinity, that everyone has the capacity for kindness, for goodness, for love, whether that is expressed in one tradition or another. And this is the future. For us to make a more inclusive world, for us to build bridges, we must recognize this. It is up to us to use our traditions to inspire and empower others. There is so much goodness in everyone. Let us bring our attention to that. Unfortunately, our minds do have a negative bias, and we see the limitations first rather than the possibilities. And this makes sense. Evolutionary-wise, if you miss one negative experience, if you don't become aware of one limitation, that could be the difference between life and death. And we all know how precious life is, therefore, it's good to be aware of that which might threaten it. But a good experience is actually so ubiquitous that we've lost a perception for it. Because if you miss one chance at food, it's okay if you go a few days without it. There might be some in the next. Like a little fishy swimming in the ocean. Just one negative experience, if they miss that, it could be the difference between getting eaten or not. But if you miss one positive experience, you could eat later. We can see that for survival to be ensured of a species, it almost befits us to be more aware of the negative. But us humans, there's something special about us, something unique which points to possibility to transcend. We no longer have to live as if a tiger is in the bushes ready to pounce on us, or a big fish is ready to swallow us up whole. For most of us, we live a generally privileged life, and for the rest of us, we have the ability to change that. We can share our resources, our attention, our care all around the world to make that a possibility for everyone. But wherever you are, in each moment, we have the ability to find goodness, to find meaning, even in the darkest of times, in circumstances that appear to be so excruciatingly limiting that we can't possibly be happy. Actually, that possibility of happiness is always there. But the only way we can do so is to bring our mind to the goodness, to bring our mind to something that we can be grateful for, no matter how small. I truly believe in the power of positivity, in the power of optimism. It saved my life, and I know it can save many more, because that power is not limited to me. It's something that we all have. Much love to everyone here, and I hope you recognize that it's okay to forgive yourself for being human, that the divine is all merciful and all loving, and absolutely is not going to send you to a realm of eternal punishment for having one life full of very authentic mistakes that we always have the ability to learn from. Everyone has the opportunity to become one with that divinity, and no one is separate from that. It does sound like there have been people here that have been experiencing religious trauma, and they don't even realize that they have been traumatized. It is heartbreaking to know that some people have been experiencing so much abuse that it's been a part of their identity. How heartbreaking is it to know that at some point a poor child decided that I am a terrible person, maybe I am a sinner, and that I only have the capacity to do evil. This, I'm very sorry to hear, and I really hope that you let go of these things one day, because it's not true. The divine only has love for everyone and would never call anyone a sinner It is only us humans that consider such limitations on each other. These are things that we have to heal from, and until we do so, we project them on each other as a way of justifying the lack of acceptance we have for our own self. True self-acceptance means that we only see the love for each other because we know what's possible within us is possible for each other, and that has to happen through recognizing that our limitations are not there to break us down, but to break us open in order to find the unlimited self within. Dear Dansuela, you ask, what is forgiveness? And how do we do it and know that to be so? Thank you for asking that, Dansuela. That is a very important question and topical right now. Forgiveness means to understand that you are not defined by your wrongdoings versus right actions, but rather the ways in which you can take accountability and remain humble through each. We are limited beings, that's for sure. When it comes to our body and our mind, our culture, our experiences, they are finite. But on the other side of that beingness, at the level of the subject, there is only an unlimited source of love, of peace. That source which you are is the divine. The divine isn't what's on the other side of your prayers, but on this side, the one that is listening from within, seeing through both eyes, hearing through both ears, feeling within each cell of your skin. That Supreme Source lives through your body and everyone's bodies and minds. Our limitations exist as a reflection of the diverse expressions that one lives through every being. Through all humans, through all animals, through all plants, through all the fungi, through all the amoebas, through the rocks, through the mountains, through our buildings, through our rivers, through our cultures, through our religions, through our stars, through our moons, even through the space itself. Forgiveness means to know that you could never limit that source, because you are part of it. All we can do is become more open to the idea that you are allowed to be here as you are an expression of the divine. And this life is an infinite journey, and you will continue to make mistakes. You will continue to be aware of the ways in which we live a finite life, and every time we wake up to one of those ways, we expand our notion of self. Thank you, dear Tattvamasi, for your septet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Dear Stormy Ariel, thank you for your pair of finger hearts too. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Isabella, thank you for your finger heart too. Ram Ram. Dear Moonlight, you ask, how do you get rid of the darkness inside you? By recognizing that darkness isn't something to get rid of. That is the place for life to thrive, for light to travel through. If there were no darkness, there would be no space. And if there is no space, there certainly cannot be light. Your darkness is your space for you to illuminate, in the same way that the darkness of the world is there for us not to be bewildered by or scared of, but as a source of potential for us to shine through. In the same way that our challenges that are here to create wisdom, strength, and courage in us, rather than to break us down. Thank you for seeing that possibility in me, dear Hihi. I'll have to ask my sister sometime if she can braid my hair. You know, I'm grateful that people have found faiths that they see so much possibility in. And as is why I have a symbol for so many different faiths around the world behind me. It's my prayer to all of you that we discover the universal truth behind all of them. When one religion says, we believe in the only truth, and another religion says, we believe in the only truth, then it must be that they believe in the same truth. That's the only way for it to work. Isn't it so? When one person says, the highest truths are found in this book, and another person says, the highest truths are found in that book, then it must be that the highest truths are found in both books. When I say, I believe in the one true God, and another person says, I believe in the one true God, then it must be that they both believe in the same one true God. It's the only way. Unfortunately, some people are not at that level of realization yet. And that's where they are in their journey. And that's okay. We can offer them space and hope that they one day wake up to that fact. Otherwise, what else can really be done? Until then, we can just recognize that the limitations that people put them through voluntarily is something that is for them to work on. And if they are ready to go beyond that, then that requires a lot of vulnerability. Vulnerability to recognize that you don't have to put faith in something just out of fear that you might be wrong. Vulnerability to recognize that what we see in others is a reflection of something that we are still processing ourselves. Vulnerability to open up to the fact that what we had been previously criticizing was actually a part of ourself, and we can never expect that vulnerability on anyone else, because vulnerability is always a personal choice, and we have to respect that while setting boundaries where they need to be. And these are things that are important to talk about. Religion has done some of the most amazing things for our world, for the people in it. But unfortunately, many people, in the name of, apparently, religion, have done a lot of terrible things to the world and to each other. If there is a world that can coexist with all of the advancements and understanding of modern science and psychology, humanitarianism, sociology, politics, and religion, then we have to see the common ground beneath our feet. We have to see the ways in which we are already equal. This is our duty, our responsibility as a human being to our planet. Hello, dear Ophelia. I'm happy to hear this. What does meditation mean to me, you ask? Meditation means to have your attention entirely with what is made possible now. That is the natural state. To see all the opportunities that exist here without attachment to their boon, their result. We see that everything that is capable of happening is capable here and now. And we just abide in that potential without need to change, simply by bringing our awareness to that, we begin to unravel the infinite. Dear Azares, you share that you remember me stating how the path of Jnāna Yoga got too serious or sophisticated for me and was not serving me anymore. You have also been of a Jñāna type, but equally feel as if it's not for you. theoretical understanding can only go so far, and much of Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge, is just that. It's acquiring knowledge. But at what point does it become applicable? Because only then does it become a reality. We can study everything there is to know of this and that, but if that knowledge doesn't make an appearance in our daily life, then it becomes like a trivia fact that's on the bottom of your Snapple cap. It's good for a moment, and then you throw it out after you're done drinking from the bottle. We can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk about how you are the ultimate, you are the divine, you are the source of all things. But until we use that to base our behavior, our actions, and live by it, then it doesn't become a revelation. It doesn't click. And I think that's what I was missing on the path of Jnana Yoga, is that I was waiting for the moment for it to click and go, aha, I am the ultimate reality. I am the source of infinite bliss, consciousness, truth. Now my life can reflect that. But what I didn't understand at the time was that I put the cart before the bull. Actually, first comes theoretical understanding, then comes implementation, and then comes realization. And it becomes so practical once you realize it as so. Alright, I'm not the body, I'm not the mind. Okay, I understand that. I don't see the truth in it directly yet, but I understand it. Good. That understanding is enough to change your actions. Alright. If I'm not the body and the mind, hypothetically, theoretically, then how should my behavior reflect that? Well, it means that I shouldn't be basing decisions off of that. And one decision that I could be making in higher truth is that I should be serving every body, every mind, as equal to my own. That even if I'm in pain physically, that shouldn't stop me from trying to alleviate the pain that other people are feeling. If I am not just this, then I can begin to serve all of that too. Even if it doesn't become a directly realizable truth yet. But the moment that you begin to serve others according to that knowledge, then it becomes a realization, because you directly see the effects of your actions and you go, wow, how could I have lived according to any other truth? Clearly I am seeing the greatest possibilities open up by behaving according to that truth. Therefore, it must be true. And you see that truth reflected in what is before you, now that you change your life accordingly. And that is where karma yoga comes in, the path of action. That according to our theoretical understanding, we should act. And that action will be the realization itself in the form for us to behold. Thank you, dear Weber Zero, for the heart you had sent to. Ram Ram. Hello, Queen Silver Foxy. Something that I would like to continue to understand myself is how to more effectively attend to those whom might get defensive in this space if they have a certain tradition, if they have a certain religion that seems to be contradicted by this space. Something that I would like to continue to be mindful of, because as far as I'm aware, everything I've said so far can be applied in whatever path you follow. Whether you are a Christian, whether you are a Buddhist, whether you are a Hindu, whether you are of indigenous spirituality, you know? And in case anyone needs to hear it, I'm not anti anything. Not anti-Jesus, not anti-Buddha. I will absolutely affirm you in your faith. I only wish for everyone to be better Christians, better Buddhists, better Hindus, better people. Whatever you are, I know you are on the right path for yourself. Let us continue to make that right by the universal possibilities that exist, regardless of which path we take. Oh, I hear my phone vibrating. Allow me to turn the alarm off. I think it is kind of funny that if I say everyone is right, then that includes you. But yet some people hear that and go, that means I'm wrong. You're saying I'm wrong. I say everyone is right, and they don't include themselves in that everything. I'm saying you are right. But if one believes that you can only be right if another person is wrong, well, that's not right. So, there's some irony there that is not lost on me. Mm-hmm. But I'm so grateful to see all of the compassion, all of the understanding, the empathy. Oh, Divine Maze, you had asked what the question of the day was. Today I was wondering what the spiritual significance of mountains were. Dear Ophelia, you shared the question, does anyone have some reading suggestions for beginners about the Buddha's teachings? I'm not sure if I have a reading suggestion for a beginner, but I do have a watching suggestion. There's a wonderful 5-hour movie on YouTube that's animated like a Disney film, and it's called Thus Have I Heard. And it's about the story of the Buddha's life, from birth through to enlightenment and death. And it's a wonderful movie. For anyone interested in learning a new tradition, the first thing I would recommend is to learn about the stories of its protagonists, because it's the message of their lives that have, I think, the perfect starting point. I wouldn't get so lost in the theoretical knowledge of all of the axioms and tenets, etc. Just get lost in the stories themselves. Thus Have I Heard is a great story, and by the end of it, you'll be wishing it was even longer than 5 hours. I can tell you that. Now, I think it's probably a good time to begin to transition to our final third of our Sangha, our Nididhyasana. And I can write the title of the movie in chat. Thus Have I Heard. And thank you for other people doing that before I had a chance. So in our final third of our Sangha, I would like to dedicate this to Nididhyasana, the third stage in understanding, which represents putting it into practice. Just as we were talking before of theoretical knowledge is almost so much use until you put it into practice and it becomes a direct realization. Here I'd like to put our understanding into practice by engaging in a meditation together. And this will be our final segment of the live stream. And you're welcome to stay during this time for as long as you would like. But I encourage you to stay for as long as you are capable of, which might be a longer time than the time that you would like, but not to keep you here, just to push your boundaries of what you feel is possible. That sounds lovely, dear Magdalene. A meditation whilst barefoot under the moon. I like that. And namaste, everyone. Okay. Let me just set it up. Our meditation for tonight. This is one of my favorite meditations. I'm actually going to do something a little mischievous. I am going to maximize a different video. This was the show and tell that we did earlier, Joe Sandport's wonderful song. And now that I have the video player in frame, I'm going to crop it. And I'm going to crop the title too. That way, there will be no timeline according to our meditation today. I told you I was feeling mischievous. And thank you for your patience. Oh. Okay, I am ready for you. I'm just lower. Hi, I'm down here. So tonight we're going to do the most powerful mantra I know of. It's the most powerful Śiva mantra. And when I was a little younger, not that much younger, I was looking for a very powerful mantra to do, and of all the mantras that I went through, and believe me, I went through a lot, this one was the one that seemed to invoke the most changes in my life in the shortest amount of time. I'm not sure if it actually has a specific name other than it's just called the name of the first line. And I'm going to go through it with you once, tell you its meaning, a little bit about it, and I suppose I don't need to be down there yet. And then we'll dive into it. So the mantra goes like this. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Gora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya, Veera Rudraya, Bhava Rudraya, Bhima Rudraya, Atala Rudraya, Vitala Rudraya, Sutala Rudraya, Mahatala Rudraya, Rasatala Rudraya, Talatala Rudraya, Patala Rudraya, Namo Namaha. Got that? Just kidding, don't worry, there'll be lyrics on screen. This mantra is a profound invocation of Lord Śiva in his fierce and transformative aspects. This mantra, through its repetition, seeks to invoke the many forms of Rudra. You guys are funny, you got that? An aspect of Śiva associated with destruction and regeneration, essential for the cycle of creation, preservation, and dissolution. The meanings of each line is as follows. Om Bhairava Rudraya. That means salutations to the terrifying and formidable Rudra, an aspect of Śiva that destroys ignorance and negativity. Maha Rudraya means salutations to the great Rudra, the supreme destroyer who clears the path for renewal and transformation. Kala Rudraya means salutations to Rudra, the Lord of Time, who governs the cycle of life and death. Kalpanta Rudraya means salutations to Rudra, who presides over the end of cosmic cycles, dissolving the universe at the end of time. Veera Rudraya means salutations to the heroic Rudra, the embodiment of courage and strength. Rudra Rudraya means salutations to the quintessential Rudra, the essence of all transformative forces. Ghora Rudraya means salutations to the fierce and terrifying Rudra who annihilates fear and delusion. Aghora Rudraya means salutations to the non-terrifying Rudra who brings peace and removes fear. Martanda Rudraya means salutations to Rudra, who is as radiant as the sun, dispelling darkness and ignorance. Anda Rudraya means salutations to Rudra, who is the seed of the cosmic egg, Anda, the origin of all creation. And Brahmanda Rudraya means salutations to Rudra, who pervades the entire universe, the Brahmanda, the cosmic expanse. Chanda Rudraya means salutations to the fierce Rudra, who embodies ferocity and power. Prachanda Rudraya means salutations to the extremely fierce Rudra, whose wrath is formidable and purifying. Tanda Rudraya means salutations to the calm Rudra, who brings tranquility and stillness. Shura Rudraya means salutations to the valiant Rudra, the hero who vanquishes all obstacles. Veera Rudraya, again, saluting the heroic Rudra, emphasizing his valor and strength. Bhava Rudraya means salutations to Rudra, the source of all existence and being. Bhima Rudraya means salutations to the mighty Rudra, whose power is awe-inspiring. And finally, Atala Rudraya, Vitala Rudraya, Sutala Rudraya, Mahatala Rudraya, Rasatala Rudraya, Talatala Rudraya, and Patala Rudraya means salutations to Rudra, who pervades all of the 7 hells, the 7 lower worlds or patalas, indicating his omnipresence and sovereignty over all dimensions. I'll give some extra commentary. Why are we saluting something that pervades hell? Because it means that even when we are suffering, there is something divine there that pervades the experience. And so that darkness can even be transformative itself, and we are never without the possibility to be transformed in greater ways. And then we end with Namo Namaha, which means repeated salutations, 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 expressing deep reverence and surrender to the form of the divine, the form of the Lord as Rudra. So that's a lot of different epithets, and it's a very ancient tradition in many cultures around the world to glorify a form of the divine by exploring their many names, and by doing so we invoke their essence in us. So all of these different kinds of titles and names and adjectives are to cultivate that within yourself. Every time that is chanted, then you increase that aspect in the corresponding dimension of your very own consciousness. Here are the ultimate benefits: transformation and renewal. This mantra aids in the destruction of inner impurities, facilitating personal growth and spiritual renewal. Courage and strength. Invoking Rudra instills courage, fearlessness, and inner strength to face life's challenges. Protection. It offers protection from negative influences and dispels fear and ignorance. Peace and tranquility. Despite its fierce aspects, this mantra also brings inner peace and balance and alignment with cosmic cycles. By aligning with Rudra's energy, one harmonizes with the natural cycles of creation and dissolution, fostering acceptance and understanding of life's impermanence. May the recitation of this powerful mantra deepen your connection to the divine, bringing transformation and divine grace into your life. Om Namah Shivaya. So, now that I've told you everything I can tell you about this mantra, we shall begin. And I'll be down here. Hi! And allow me to move this text up so you'll be able to see the lyrics. And I know some people have screens that might crop those. I just remembered, so I'll make it a little smaller, which hopefully will take into consideration more people's screen sizes. Perfect for you? Happy to hear that. Without further ado. Actually, wait, a little ado. I have to turn off my background music and double check that you can see all of the lyrics. You can't actually. I'm glad I checked. Here. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Ahagora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Veera Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Hagora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Manda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Hagora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Hagora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kata Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Prachanda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Hagora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Atala Rudraya Tala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Tatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Bhava Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanda Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Rudraya Mardanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shura Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Prasadala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Mardana Rudraya Anda Rudraya Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shora Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Gora Rudraya Hagora Rudra Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Manda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Vira Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Mardanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Prachanda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rusatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Ghora Rudraya Hagora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shura Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Gora Rudraya Hagora Rudraya Mardanda Rudraya Anda Brahmana Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shura Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Mand Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Hagora Rudraya Martanda Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Ursatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maharud Kala Rudraya Kalpanda Rudraya Vira Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Bardanda Rudraya Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rusatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanda Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shora Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhav Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Matala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shora Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Matala Rudraya Tala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanda Rudraya Vira Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Handa Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shora Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maharud Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shora Rudraya Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanda Rudraya Vira Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Prachanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Vira Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maharud Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Vira Rudraya Rudra Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Partanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Manda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Chant Manda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Sutala Rudraya Atala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudra Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Prachanda Anda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Rudraya Dura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudra Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Matala Rudraya Statala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Tala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Prachanda Tanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya La Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Chamanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Tala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Tala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Chamanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Talatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Sutala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Tala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharud Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Bha Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Tal Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Patala Rudraya No Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Tala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Tala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Andar Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Thanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Vital Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Atala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Tala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Tala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Mahar Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bha Gora Rudraya Gora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Martanda Rudraya Anda Anda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shora Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Mahar Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Mardanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Tatala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Nanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Tala Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Gora Rudraya Agora Rudra Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talitala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talitala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Bhama Rudraya Kala Rudraya Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Gora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Pratanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rasatala Rudraya Talitala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Hello, Mom. Are you here to stop us?
I'm here to make sure it's not on a loop.
Pardon?
I am here to make sure you're not on a loop. It's so beautiful. I don't mean to move your chant.
There was 10 minutes left.
I'm so sorry. Forgive me. I was worried.
Well, thank you for taking care of me, just in case. I don't know if they can see you, but...
Oh, they saw me. I beckoned time to drink some water. Thank you, Gregor. It was getting intense. We were a little worried. Okay, it's so beautiful. I felt Śiva. Good evening. Gregor, you're prepared to dance until dawn. Well, carry on then. I apologize.
Let me zoom out to see if they can
see
to ensure that they see you. I don't think they do.
To be seen. I was more worried than anything.
I'm zooming in. There you are.
I am here. I was a little worried. Sorry, guys.
Worried that what? We are going to only enhance our benefit as we continue chanting.
It was only yesterday he told me about the beautiful time that he was chanting, and it was, in fact, stuck on the most beautiful loop for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. But also, my live stream ended for the viewers, so you wouldn't have known.
No. And what was that chant?
That was a chant for Kali, for the Dark Mother.
Anyways, I'll go to infinity. Happy birthday. Many blessings to you. You have such lovely, beautiful souls on your live, and I am probably going to hear... I will never hear anything negative from Yam about interrupting his chant, but I do need to learn to let go of fear. And I did have one tonight because of that conversation, and I was worried.
Well, thank you for being a mother. I am grateful to have one.
Right. Lily. Hi, Lily, Severn, and Starlight, and Yusha, and so many of you on here tonight. I saw Gregor many times. Ghost Infinity. They're just all so lovely. So,
they do.
Anyways, good morning, Riva. I am going to go back upstairs to the Mama Moonland, I guess.
All right, thanks for a divine interruption.
Many blessings. He's okay, Andrea. I just it was a long chant. Oh, and Zenja, welcome her. Them.
Welcome all those who are joining now and as we chanted.
Okay. Thanks. Oh, jeez.
All right. It's good to have a mother. I would much rather a mother interrupt me than no mother at all. So, thanks to her. Anyway, thank you all for chanting so far. There are 10 minutes left of this mantra to chant. Let us continue. Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Talatala Rudraya Bhatala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rusatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Bhatala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Bhatala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shora Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Bhatala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Bhatala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Andar Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Andar Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Karpanta Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Tala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Tala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Mahar Kala Rudraya Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Satala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Mahar Kala Rudraya Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Karpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maha Rudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudra Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Shura Rudraya Agora Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Shura Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Mahatala Rudraya Satala Rudraya Taltala Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Bhairava Rudraya Maharudra Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Agora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rasatala Rudraya Taltala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namaha. All right. Thank you all for listening or chanting along with me. Now we have truly reached the end of our most powerful Śiva mantra. So thank you for exploring that with me. And thank you for your patience as we go through that. I told you it was powerful. And my whole body is tingly. So please excuse me if I don't seem entirely here right now. Mantra chanting can surely take you to very high reaches of meditative expanse. Anyway, thank you. May all of my repetitions be devoted to those who didn't chant or couldn't partake or only joined the last few minutes or whatever. May you receive the benefits of these words, if you accept them, that is. May all sentient beings receive the blessings that this mantra has to offer, and of those that were to be in my possession, allow me to instead dedicate them to everyone else. Om Namah Shivaya. All right, I think that was a good nididhyasana section. I think it was sweet that my mom came and made sure that it wasn't stuck on a loop, and so I wouldn't be chanting forever. I had told her the story of how previously that we had been doing 1008 salutations to Kali one time, and by grace or by whatever, my computer ended up crashing, and the live stream, of course, ended on your end. But on my end, the song kept playing, and it kept playing just the perfect loop of where the mantra begins and ends. So I had no idea. I chanted thousands and thousands of times. By the time I felt like I must have reached 1,000 repetitions already 10 times now, I finally opened my eyes and my screen was frozen. I thought, oh my God. I never said goodbye to all of you. Everyone was just wondering what happened. That was about a month ago. That was hilarious. So I appreciate my mother checking in and making sure that didn't happen. That Kali chant was intense indeed, dear Magdalene. But yes, I will extend your gratitude to my mother. She is a blessing, and so much of what I share here ultimately comes in essence from her, and being her child, of course. Now, I have some gifts to thank that were sent while we were chanting. Starlight, wow, thank you for the 6 donuts. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And did I hear correctly? Coming back to me, my mother mentioned that it was G2 Infinity's birthday. You had mentioned something. You are so humble, you didn't tell me. May this live stream be an offering to you, dear G2 Infinity. I'm so grateful that we got to share a moment together during such an auspicious day for you. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the 18 roses and a witchy kitty. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And you did reveal it at the right moment. Ah, touche. Now, you have been such a blessing to the Sangha, dear G2 Infinity. Always patient with me and everyone else, and eager to share insights of your own journey. And I love that. I think I certainly take inspiration in you. And thank you, dear Isla White, for the Quartet of Roses, Ram Ram, and the False Sundar for the TikTok. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your Quintet of Roses, a quintet of, what was it? Finger hearts as well. I'm just putting the background music up again. Another rose. Thank you, and a flower. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And dear Sovereign, thank you for your Quintet of Roses. Om Som Somai Namaha. Ushabai, thank you for your 11 roses and star. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for the trio of horror candles you sent earlier. Thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And dear Jñāna, thank you for that heart me and give me the vote. Om Baram Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. And thank you, Manda, for the baby ghost. I think this is where I left off. It's, of course, been an hour since I looked at them, so thank you. And good night, dear Anna. And thank you for being here and finding value in this space, dear Sovereign. And I'm so happy to hear of your blessings, dear G2 Infinity. May the Force be with you, dear Zenja. I offer a minute of anyone's time if they'd like to submit a guest request to share any final insight before we end our live stream, since we've come to the close. Last night was so funny. I offered this and everyone was too shy. Please feel free to not volunteer, of course. It's completely up to you. But yes, there is a guest request feature. If you find it, you are welcome to have a moment to share something from your heart before we go. And if you have a moment to look at the shooting stars, everyone, do take a look and make a wish, even if you don't see them. Who will request first, indeed? Early bird gets the worm. First come, first serve. Going once. Om Namah Shivaya. Going twice. Om Namah Shivaya. Going thrice. Alright. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. If you did it and you are awkward, is that okay? Absolutely not. Only non-awkward people, please. I'm just kidding. Of course it's okay. I am awkward this entire time. I'm always screwing up my words and saying things I probably shouldn't have. I invite you to do the same. That chant that I just did means lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. Peace, peace, peace. Alright, gardening Gregor G. Elmo G, you are up. Hello.
Namaste. It is nice to talk to you, friend.
It is nice to talk to you too. Thank you for being here.
I am quite sleepy, but I decided to come up since you offered it and to work past the scared-to-tea.
Yes, good word. You're doing well.
I also wish to share love to all of my friends here and to wish G a very happy birthday.
Much love, everyone. Happy birthday, dear G.
Well, I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Can I ask you one question before you go?
Yes, please do.
If there was one insight that you would like for even one person to keep in their heart as we end our live stream today, what would that be?
To remember, if they take a moment and they search around inside, then they will find what they seek.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing, dear Gregor G.
Thank you for having me.
You're
Good
welcome.
day.
Good day. May you have a wonderful sleep when you get there.
You too, pal.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you, Gregor G. Thank you for braving the scarcity or the scarcity. And I invite you all to volunteer next time. For now, do know that this live stream will be uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. They're in full for free, no ads, along with the meditations and the readings in case you ever wanted to catch up on those. I pray that we all find a way to coexist, to value each other's perspectives as complementary to our own. And I pray that for those whom are still learning to discover the value in that, as we are too, may we have patience not to let that deter us from continuing to make this place more peaceful and inclusive to them also. No one is an outsider here. We may disagree from time to time, but I hope that we find agreement at a much deeper level, one that has room for our expression to come from a united source deep beneath our diversity. Yes, as Magdalene shares to Gregor G, your courage is certainly inspiring for those who may want to join someday. And I also wonder how many times my mother debated opening my door or not, coming downstairs to sit next to me to make sure that I was okay. If she can do it, anyone can. 5 times? That's funny. Well, who's counting? May you all have a wonderful rest of your night, your afternoon, your morning, your evening, whatever time it is for you. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping to keep the peace without excluding anyone from being able to share what they have to share. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.